Hair looks good. All right, folks. Well, I just noticed my mic has been muted. All right, so we're going to just be loading the cargo bays. To get us up, all we need is about 18,000 or so. Let's put about 2,000 there. We'll put 2,000 for now here and here. And here. And let's see what that did. All right, now we'll leave the bulk weight alone and just start working up. And a little more up here. 4, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. 770. So that's good. All right, so there we go, folks. Now all I got, oh man, I didn't get my peeps in yet. We'll be dropping these numbers again. Put a few in here. All right, so we got to come down on cargo now. Forgot about that, folks. And this is what I'm going to be tweaking so we can get off the ground a little quicker. We're running behind here. I'm going way long. Even the airplane's going, let's get in the air. That's close enough. 769, 770. Guess what? A pound isn't going to hurt us. All right, so we got that. Now, the big thing, we're just calculating. We'll be loading in a second. Same thing with the fuel. We're calculating. It's an 1,107-mile run, so we'll put it 1,150. We're going to 39. Winds. Where is some toolkit? Hang on a second. Oh, I thought that brought that up. Dang it. All right, well. All right, well, crud. I was kind of hoping it would tell me the winds. This is one of the downsides of this format. The wind is not easily discerned. Okay, so we'll just go with it that way. Alternate as well. All right, this is not helping. Stand by. I can get the alternate distance, which is Minneapolis to Des Moines. Looks like all right, not going to get it very easily. I see how this is going to be. Distance. Have a distance remaining. You've got to be kidding me. Hang on, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. 202 miles. Basically, I went to SkyVector, put it in. All right. That's annoying as get out, but 250. We'll start with this. Let's see where we ended up with our fuel. Again, we were shooting for 80,181. Currently, our total fuel. Okay, we'll go ahead and go with 88,000. That'll be fine. There's our look, and then we can show you the load sheet. That's what we're going with. We need to get rolling, so that's perfect. 10 minutes of taxi. Oh, wait a minute. 20 minutes of taxi. Okay, so we've updated. All right, so we're ready to go. To load the plane, first off for fuel, couple of ways you can do this. Now you can do the call the tanker, pump this in, drain this out. The first thing, always hit load data sheet. Reason being, it gives it the number to load to, and that's what it's going to do. Here, we're just going to hit instant refuel. And we're going to, excuse me, this would do this. This will call the tanker to add drain. This will call it to reach that total, or instant, which I just did. Next, payload. This is the utility that actually loads it. Again, use the data sheet. Now, 239 people, 6,500 pounds of cargo. We can instant load cargo and board, or let them board. Try to think. All we got to do is the APU. We're going to instant board. So they're on, ready to go. And we'll go ahead and close up the cargo bins. Okay, we'll get the door in a minute. All right, let's get over here, get the APU on. And I'm finding I'm going about the same amount of time. So we got a lot more refinement to do to what I'm trying to accomplish here, folks. Waiting for door open up here. But as you all know, in the past, we have been more of a cold dark startup. And it does take time in this plane to cold dark it. Okay. What I'm going to do is quickly check my APU gens. Okay, that one's good. And that one's good. All right. So what we need to do is come over here. Why I close these top ones, you won't get the frequency to rate. So we close, we're off GPU. Turn the bleed air on. Okay, and keep going here. Give me a break, 1 second here, folks. Okay, and the reason we're broke, folks, is my wife has a phone call, and I'll be right back with y'all. All right, folks. She is moving to her other desk, so she is graciously allowing us to continue here. Okay, so the APU is up and running. The peeps are getting happy back there. I'm going to go ahead and close up.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Ground power disconnected.
Okay, and across the top here, everything looks good. Okay, altitudes and pressures are all set. The electrics are on. All we got to do is a quick check our cross feeds. Off works. Okay, and as you notice, folks, the lit up ones are lit up because the pumps are off or they're at 0. We'll do a quick pump check. Useless to do this one because it comes on automatically with the APU. These two are empty, so that's not going to do anything. Coming back. Just flip it on. All right, we're ready to go here. Ready to go here. Let's go to nav. Nav.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Okay, and what we're going to do is put the flight in here real quick. Doesn't take much. Okay, we're going out of Phoenix. Going to Minneapolis. I do not have a route in here. And we're flight number northwest 102. Speaking of that, now we'll do our booking and starting a flight since we're under APU now. And just make sure you're seeing everything. All right, and we'll put that right there. Execute. Departure. All right, let me check one thing before I do that. I know what the ATIS is already saying here. Just seeing if Phoenix has anything weird going on. WA12. And we're connecting. Does not look like we're going to be held in any ways to what we've said. I think, would it be an interesting taxi, however? Actually, yeah, we'll just stick to runway 8, which is right behind us. Okay, so we're going to use runway 8, SJN9, Albuquerque. Execute. Flight plan. Okay, it takes us to SJN where we start. Next page. Hang on a second. This isn't helping. Okay, so ABQ, FTI. Then J18. GCK. LNK. MCW. All right, and I thought, okay. Why we don't have those, I don't know. I do know this. I can actually change this. Seven. There we go. All right, now things are better on here. Okay. And there we are. And we are on in stand 8 on VATSIM, folks. Okay, VNAV, very simple. All we got to do is put in, let's climb, cruise 39000. And I always hit execute. Do a quick check of the legs. No, folks, no singing today. I seem to lose people when I start singing. So, sorry, no singing today. We're ready to go. We'll just set this one on progress. And we're ready to go. Let's call better pushback. We're only going to call it. We're not going to bring it up to the plane yet.
All right, Captain, got the directions. Let me know through the menu when you're ready.
All right, folks. So what that means is we're ready to go. We're pulling the jetway away. Let's do our before start checks. Just making sure. And get the map loaded up here. Okay. Checklist B4. Now there are going to be some I skip or check just because it's wanting us ready to push, ready to go.
Before start checklist, please.
Gear lever and lights.
Down and check.
Brakes.
Parked.
Start levers.
Off.
Radios.
On and check.
Flight control hydraulic power.
On.
INS.
Check and nav.
Compasses.
Slaved.
Window heat.
On.
Seatbelts and no smoking.
On.
Emergency lights.
Armed.
Exterior lights.
Damn.
What they're wanting is the beacon on. Just
Flight instruments.
Check.
Altimeters and clocks.
1015. Set and cross check.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Indicator lights.
Check.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Stall warning.
Check.
Mach airspeed warning.
Check.
Auto brakes.
Check and off.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Anti-skid.
On.
Autopilot and flight director.
Check and off.
Takeoff warning.
Check.
Auto flight enunciators.
Check.
GPWS.
Check.
Instrument warning.
Check.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Instrument source selectors.
Normal.
Reserve brake valve.
Closed.
Spoilers.
Down.
Static selectors.
Normal.
Oxygen mask and regulator.
Check and emergency off.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Stabilizer trim.
Check and on.
Rudder and aileron trim.
Check.
Checklist completed.
Okay, now we're going to do the first flight engineer.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 90802 pounds. Fuel panel. Weight.
I'll get that in just a second, folks. There we go. What they're wanting are the pumps on now, which is fine. I'll wait. Oh, not that one.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Wait. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Wait.
Okay. What they're wanting down here is this to be on GA. We're going to go on TOD. That is not top of descent, folks. Takeoff dry. There was a way to interject water into these for takeoff. Somehow that increased thrust. I don't get it. I'm not an air jet mechanic or ever flew a jet. So I don't get that whole concept. I know the 135s and the B-52s, I think even some of the cargo planes, same system. Don't get it. Never dealt with it in the fire service, so I don't get it. But here's what we do to get around it. Check.
Circuit breaker. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Let's see.
Okay, they're wanting the packs off right now. I could do one of two things. I could do like I did before.
Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
Okay, and as you can see, that same panel over by the pilot, and actually, I believe, first officer has it too. Yep, they all have it, and including the flight engineer. So you could be anywhere really in the plane except for above, and you could get it going. After start is next. All I'm going to do real quick here is do our takeoff calc. So we'll do it from the load sheet. And out of here, we're looking at 10,300. Our elevation 1135. We'll keep it there. Runway heading 078. I'm looking at the wrong runway. Sorry, that's what made me stop. Okay, actually it's 11,500 feet. Okay, don't know the slope, so we'll leave that dry. And let me get over here to the latest METAR, showing 17 with a pressure of 2997, so we'll have to adjust a little on the altimeters, and our wind 170 at 5. And by the way, folks, while we were out in the Phoenix area, for the most part, in the mornings, the aircraft were taken off to the east, landing to the west in the evening. So, you know, it's pretty much turning out to be just like when we were out there. Okay, real quick here, I just want to try to get the speed bugs into view here. Okay, you see how they're all bunched here when we click set speed bugs? There we go. And we're going to be eating up, and that's why I'm set at flaps 10, 3,000 feet of runway. So little over, almost 3,100. So not a whole bunch. All right, so. And now we're set for takeoff. We'll set V2 plus 10, so let's 156. And let's do our departure brief real quick now, folks, so we can get out of here. Charts. All right, so there you see the new charts program, charts, NavGraph. I think they call it Charts 8 or something like that. I'm zoomed in for extra information. Again, down here at this McDonald's, down in about this area, avoid if you can. And if McDonald's wants to talk to me, I'd love to. I got a whole list of them. But anyway, 1,135 feet MSL. Okay, D-ATIS. So if you got D-ATIS capability, well, if you're on the internet, guess what? Hey, first time chat from Vlad Key 96CXK. Thank you for reminding me real quick. Stand by. You reminded me of something I hadn't done, and I meant to do it as soon as I went live. Pull my chat window out. All right, let me read here what we got. All right, well, thank you so much for that. We'll take that all under advisement, sir. Thank you so much. Oh, I thought I did turn those up. Dang it. All right, well, let me get over here, get these turned up. That's why things seem so dark. All right. So, as we were saying, we're on the charts program. D-ATIS. Folks, all you got to do is type D-ATIS in my chat room with the exclamation mark at the beginning. That website, if you click on it, will take you to where you can find out the ATIS en route to your facility. Now, it's not going to be necessarily, unless you're right on top of it, the facility, you know, what it is when you get there. But like right now, if you would have clicked it, put K, go into the select the facility and go to Phoenix, KPHX, you're going to find out their simultaneous approaches in use. As of 1751, winds 160 at 5. I'm actually going to correct that over here, because I think my, oh, let me check my ATIS real quick. Or my 1751 ATIS is 17. So they got 160 on the ATIS. We'll set that. All right. And check that just to make sure. All right. Then you would also see simultaneous approaches on runway 8 and runway 7 right, visual, departing 7 left. We're going to go ahead depart 8. 1, because it's right behind us, and 2, it's a lot easier to get to from our location. Then you can see the NOTAMs and all applying. If there were rain or, well, the or part isn't going to happen here. The other 4-letter word for precip starts with an S and ends in now. You would see their current friction readings put out there. So, all right, so we are looking good for runway 8. Broken at 7,000, broken 19,000, 17, and 12. All right. So we're looking really good out of here. I did say we need to change this to read 7 and 7. Now, why I'm not worried about the first officer side is because, well, they're synced. Many a captain wished that that was that way in the cockpit, but I digress. All right, so continuing, you can see the rest of this. They would get a pre-departure clearance over their C-plunk. Guess what? This probably didn't have it, so they'd actually have to recite it. But anyway, and then you go on with your frequencies all the way through here, and then you can see where we're parked. Actually, we're parked right here. It says E8. We're going to push back on Whiskey, come up to Whiskey to Charlie, out to runway 8 and take off. St. John's departure, that is our taxi brief. St. John's departure, we're going to come off runway 8, heading 078. At or above 1,500 feet, we'll then veer slightly to the right to 080. You'll see what I've set up here. And we're going to just track that to Phoenix VOR distance 4 outbound, where we'll then turn to 45045 to intercept the 054 out of the Phoenix VOR headed to St. John. So we pick it up here on the outbound. And basically what I did, folks, is just read this out to you. So when we get on the 054, we take that to Fort, and then on to St. John's. And then from St. John's, we get on the 059060 radio direct Albuquerque, and then on course. Now, a couple things I found interesting here. 8,000's our top altitude. That's why 8,000's up here. And expect filed in 3 minutes. Probably by the time we get here, we're going to 39,000. I'm going to go ahead and keep us going until we get to 8 to make sure I'm functioning with the plane, if that makes sense. Because there's a lot going to happen. We're about to talk about that before I get the pushback tug in here. That's how we're going to fly out of here, folks, and then we continue on to FTI and so forth. All right. Let me get back to my airport. And let me get back here so we can pull this. Whoop, not that one. This one. And we're going to pull that away. All right, so we are now ready to push back, but I still want to talk out this departure because this is where it's tricky. Again, I know I meant this to be a short, quick, we're out of here. I want to make this, let you all know. Our V1 is 121, 128 for V2, or V rotate, 146 V2. We're going to go to 156 plus 10. Okay, flight directors are coming on. Beacons coming on. And jet bridge is moving away. Go ahead and get our tug.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right, so the beacon's on. I'm going to go ahead and pull chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Always, of course, folks, verify if you want that the chocks are set. Now, one thing we could be doing while we wait. Let's look. Okay.
Chocks removed.
Everything looks good. All right, our stab trim's going to be 3.3. Here, let me see if I can get up here so you can see. 3.3. I think I'm going to have to do it from here. Is up here, barely in the green. So let's just go ahead and do that. That puts that green bar there. We're not setting the stab trim yet. I'm I'm going to go ahead and go to TARA. Okay, we're about ready to push. And then our initial, gosh dang it, times pitch will be 18 degrees.
5 past 10's inserted. Go and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Okay, so 18 degrees will be our initial pitch. 297 once we clear 10,000 feet. So let's set our pitch. 18 degrees. So we're going to be up about this line right below 20. I think I'll just hold it there. Okay, we're going to release the brakes and start our push, and we'll start the engines up. So let's go back here first. Our pressure's up. All right, let's do it.
Parking brake released.
Here comes the pushback. Line them up.
Okay, there we go, folks. We are going to start. Takes a little bit to get the old girl wound up.
Ready to start the engines.
Okay.
Ready for engine start.
There we go. I'm going to do it from this angle only because it allows me to see what I'm looking for over here. We're going to start engine 3 first and then work our way to engine 4, trying to use system 1.
Starting engine 3. Starting engine 3.
Start valve open.
Now you let go. See it building here. It'll tell you when you're at 20.
20% and 2.
Fuel on.
See
Lights
it's spooling up there,
Starter off.
dialing up here on all our dials. It'll tell you stable. We can then go to the next one.
Engine stabilized.
Verify. Okay, let's do it again. Like I said, we're going to go for system 1. I'm just going to do it this way so I get it.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Again, we're watching top gauge over here on engine 4. Or just waiting to hear him call it.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off.
And there they go, dialing up.
Engine stabilized.
Okay. The aircraft is capable, folks, but we're going to just keep doing it one at a time. But we could start
Starting
2
engine
engines.
1.
Starter valve open.
They got to make me go to 7 right now.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Parking brake set.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Last one, folks.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
And thanks for flying with Mike there. Better pushback.
Twenty percent and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
All right, so that means, folks, with everything stable, let's go ahead and get us on internal power. Okay. Go ahead and get the cargo heat on now.
Flaps 5. Flaps 10.
Okay, we're going to check the flight controls. I like the gauge right here, folks. I love it. Wish this was in the 727. So you could check your ailerons without knowing that they're working, other than, hey, the wheel's working, but does that mean the surface is going? These are connected to the surface. The wheel just lets you know you turned it. Okay. And last but not least, let's go ahead and get rid of them again. Right here, folks, it may say your tail number, it may not, but clicking there will get rid of the sticks. Makes it a heck of a lot easier. I'll get to him in a minute. All right, one last look here. Okay, we're set. Okay, again, 80, we're going to want to intercept 54. Okay. 2.0 from there, good. All right, we're raring and ready to start some checklists, get this thing going.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I know what they want. Hang on a second, folks.
Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
All right, we're ready to go. Let's get his squawk code in here. 03. Is he wanting 47? Okay. All right, so let's get out of here. We are cleared. See if he'll give us runway 8. Phoenix ground, Northwest 102 heavy. Ready to taxi from Echo 8, requesting runway 8. Oh, you know what? It would always help to tune to him, too. All right, 132.550. $132.550. Oh, seems like I've had a problem with frequencies here lately, folks. At work yesterday on the fire channels would always end up on the wrong channel after switching. Yep, it's going to continue here into flight today. And Phoenix ground, Northwest 102 at gate Echo 8. Request taxi to runway 8. Why are you not in? Did I not flip over again? Dadgummit. Now we're green. There we go. All right, third time's got to be a charm. Phoenix ground, Northwest 102 heavy. Request taxi to runway 8 from Echo 8.
Well, there's 102 heavy, Phoenix ground. Welcome. Departing on A7 left. I can give you 8 if you need them.
We're flying the. We request also the St. John's 9, but we'll be flying it with setup in the aircraft. But if you need me to switch to 7 left, we'll do the longer taxi. Doesn't make me a difference.
And Northwest 102 heavy, no problem. Runway 8 taxi via Charlie 1, Bravo 1.
Oh, look at that one. Northwest 102 heavy. Thanks for runway 8. We'll taxi Charlie 1, Bravo 1. Okay, let's do that taxi check.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
Damn. On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check. Parking brake released.
APU. Let's see. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
All right, we'll have to pull up the chart here. Get turned here. Oh, okay, Charlie 1, Bravo 1's just that. Okay, got it. Just the extension. Oh, that's weird. I guess you got to pick one, so whatever. Interesting, though. Just kind of weird. All right, so we're on our way, folks. Well, we're a little faster than normal in this plane. We're up and running in an hour and 10 minutes, but that's because of radio illiteracy from yours truly. Let me get rid of that. I think we all know we're boarded. Always cracks me up, though, how I do that with the radios. And the good thing is we don't have a tower, so we'll be handed over to ourselves here in a minute. All right, TCAS set, radar can be turned on. All right. And last but not least, icing cabin alert. Oh, yeah, we need to get them guys working back there.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
Phoenix ground, November 1 Alpha. If you need me to change my flight plan, I totally can.
All doors are closed.
November 116 Alpha, I change it for you.
Okay, thank you.
On behalf of our entire crew, I wish you welcome aboard. Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt, and also make sure your seat back and folding trays are in their full upright position. We request your full attention as our cabin crew will demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling on the loose end.
Clearance whenever.
To release your seatbelt, lift the upper
November 116 Alpha, Roger, standby.
seatbelt fasten throughout the flight for your own safety.
Okay.
Northwest 102 Heavy, no further ATC is available. Switch to Unicom 122.8 for takeoff. Have a great flight.
If you do not wish to burn
Northwest 102 Heavy copies. Thanks for the ATC, as brief as it was. We'll talk to you later.
emergency exits on this aircraft.
November 116 Alpha, clearing the Phoenix Class Bravo airspace. Squawk 0311.
Will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle.
Squawk 0311.
Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may
November 116 Alpha.
as a life raft. Oxygen and air pressure are always being monitored.
Okay.
In the event of a decompression,
Body gear,
oxygen
pack
masks will
valves.
automatically appear in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you, place it firmly over your nose and mouth, secure the elastic band behind your head, and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask on first, and then
Cross feeds look good. We're ready to go.
until the crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency, please assume the bracing position. Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are flat on the floor. The life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the vest. Slip it over your head, pass the straps around your waist, and adjust at the front. To inflate the vest,
Phoenix traffic, Northwest 102 Heavy departing runway 8, St. John's 9 departure.
use the whistle and light to attract attention. All electronic devices must be set into airplane mode during the flight until further notice upon arrival. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatories is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety information in a card located in the seat pocket in front of you. We strongly suggest you read it before takeoff. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members. We wish you all an enjoyable flight.
Cabin crew, take your seats. Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Cabin ready.
Disarm.
Back valves. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, folks, here we go.
Cross set.
80 knots. V1, rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1. Flaps up. Now's the level off.
All right, folks, we are airborne. I think I kept up with the plane pretty well. Only thing I got to run now are the after starts. Gear levers off, landing lights. We'll wait for 10,000 and close enough.
10,000.
All right, so now you go back into VS, lower the nose. And we're setting 297. Go, folks. End to climb to 390. We just got to adjust a little bit here. Get on course. See how we're doing. And we overshot it a little. That's okay. I kind of figured it was not going to take long. And we're on our way. Let's run that after start. Or after takeoff, my bad.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Hold on.
Hang on, what did I miss? I missed something up here. Oh, I missed...
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
All right, folks, we are headed for cruise. Not bad. We'll work on getting this down. This plane will take time. I've got to figure out how much to do before coming on stream and all of that to get us to this point, because I do want to go through the checklists. But that is the basic gist, folks. We're going to, obviously the first one's going to have a bigger opening to explain what welcome aboard means and all, but we're going to still try to do the basic core, but I want to be moving within 30 minutes. Now the Zibo and the Airbuses, we can get them moving quick. Now when we start with the A330, that first one could be, well, probably won't be a welcome aboard series plane. So, but anyway, folks, I hope you enjoyed getting going here. We had a little ATC to play with us, and we are on our way, folks. SJ9, yeah, I just, sometimes I put these in and then they don't load them, and I know what happened. Never mind. I got it. I had to redo it and didn't put it back in. My dispatch from Piedmont, that's what did it. Oh, that was strictly, yep, my goof. Right, we just passed, well past 18,000. Let's get the transition in here. Okay, and back to the back. Okay, and we're on our way, folks. We're headed up to 39,000. Let me just make sure we're on that. Everything's good here. Next, let's go here. Let's go here. And folks, we, like I said, I was going to be talking a little bit about vacation as well here, because I really, folks, I mean, Phoenix was just more than I had intended to think there was out there. And they really blew me away out there. Allegiant Air, kudos to you as well. I can already hear people where I work going, oh, are you kidding me? No, I'm not. They, phenomenal job. All right, I do want to do this. We're direct. Let's see what happens. All right, we're on course, folks. Go ahead and switch us on to the INS so we can track that out. But folks, I mean, the package my wife found for us in the Phoenix area was just amazing. And I am keeping an eye on this, folks. So bear with me if I kind of stutter my way through. Okay, we stayed at, I think it was JW Camelback Resort from Marriott, and folks, it sits basically with Camelback to the south, Mummy Mountain to the north, right behind us. Wow, that was, folks, I can't recommend that place enough. They were spectacular. We're not going to get into price tags. That's between you and them. And Allegiant was a package from Allegiant. And folks, dynamite service, dynamite all around. It's almost like you're in your own private cabin, even though you're connected, but you're set up that way all around this resort. It was really fun and cool. So if you do get to Phoenix, I highly recommend staying there. Scottsdale, I'm going to kind of probably overdo it a little bit. It's like the Rodeo Drive of Los Angeles to me. Mr. Midwestern from St. Louis, from those from California. Place, it's just nothing like the Rodeo we know. So, folks, it was just, you want to get whatever you want from the most western town in the West. Scottsdale's where you got to go. If I remember the slogan right, that's how it goes. Took a great train ride up in the Cape Verde or Canyon Verde area, and wow, again, that was just wow. So all I can say is wow. We had, like I said, the one let down with the McDonald's. Mesa, a little bit of a late down, not the airport, but the center city area. We were led to believe one thing, and it kind of fell short. But you know, hey, those things happen. And again, just a great week away, folks. So I do recommend it. I understand the draw to Florida, the beach, folks. Arizona is a beach. It's desert. So what are you talking about? So, but like I said, folks, it was just marvelous. So won't bore you anymore. Let you all get back relaxing, enjoying the flight up here to Minneapolis, going, dang, I wish I was still in Phoenix. It's so cold up there and probably snowing. But you know, it is. That's what we were saying out of Mesa coming back to St. Louis. Oh, can we go back where the low temperatures are the high temperatures of St. Louis? And that is a true statement, folks. What St. Louis right now is running at high temperatures, that was their low temperatures, or very close to, in the Phoenix area. So we're running, by the way, for those not familiar with St. Louis, in the 40 to 50 degree range on temperatures. That's their low temperature down there. Now granted, no humidity and all of that good stuff, so it does make it brisk. But it's still better than because they warm up into their high temperatures in the roughly upper 60s, 70 range this time of the year. So, but again, like I said, I don't want to bore you too much, but we had a blast with it. And highly recommend Allegiant. I don't know if they fly into your area or not in the U.S., but if you can, great airline to take down. Mesa Airport, like I said, wow, knocked my socks off. How great, small. It's not the size of Sky Harbor. You could probably fit it inside Sky Harbor. But unbelievable. Great airport. There were hiccups. We're not getting into them. But just a great time, folks, all around. And like I said, can't recommend it any more than I already have and bored you. And like, please, Cap, just shut up. But I really, you're looking for a place to go, look to Arizona, folks. A lot to do there, actually. I was more shocked at what you could do than what just looks on the surface. And for those who don't really think there isn't, just a few miles south is a little town, you might have heard of it, called Tucson. In there is some little Air Force base called Davis-Monthan and the graveyard of aircraft. It's where all the Air Force aircraft go to be chopped up into scrap. That's a cool place. I've been there 30 years ago, folks. And I'm sure it's no different. Also, there's a little town, if you're Wild West fan that, you know, something about the OK Corral, yeah, it's not far away either. So, but anyway, folks, we're through 31,000, and we're getting close to switching into Mach. I'm assuming that's how this works on this plane. Once we reach Mach 8384, we switch into it. Because I really can't set it by Mach number, I can only see it right here. So, and we are going to be in a little bit of chop all the way up, folks. So, you're going to be seeing it kind of hopping around. Flight-wise, by the way, folks, from Phoenix, we got in 45 minutes early. With that tailwind, we didn't really bounce around much at all. Now, going out there, we were going headwind, and I think there was a storm system somewhere out there. So we were chopped around a little bit. They kept the seatbelts on quite a bit, but smooth flight till we got into clouds. Then it got a little bumpy. Came out of the clouds when we got into the stiff winds that were here in St. Louis that day. Got really bumpy then. So crew did a great job. So yeah, it was a fun time. But yeah, we're getting ready to go into cruise here. Okay. All right, so we're getting close here. Keeping it climbing. I'm just waiting for it to get close to 0.85, and then I'll switch into Mach down on my power setting. And we'll climb away at that. Looks like I set a little short of 297. Okay, we're getting close. I'm going to go ahead and just bring the gauge up here instead of... I could have done that too to help. And as we get higher, folks, you're seeing at the same speed, the Mach is, we're getting into less dense air, so we're getting closer and closer to the speed of sound. We're not going to bust it by any means. Oh, wait, there was almost it. I think I just put it, yeah, I put it on Mach, okay. Okay, and okay, we're just hovering at Mach 0.85 in the climb as we get up to flight level 390. Let's go back here real quick, check our fuel panel out. Go ahead and let our reserve tank flow. We're about to cross St. John. Let me set Albuquerque in here. We've got a little ways to go. Are you ABQ? $13.20. Okay, 119 miles to there. All right, we're getting very close now to
1,000 level off.
39. Okay. Okay, we're in cruise. Mach. okay. We're just trying to get the speed to rebuild back up. Alright, we are in cruise 39,000, holding at about 0.85. Approaching Albuquerque. All right, folks. Hope you enjoy the ride to Minneapolis.
Attention all aircraft. Grant the launch municipal altimeter 30.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Queen of the Sky. All right, folks. Love to hear from you in the chat room. See who we have, what we have, from where you're from and all. Get to know you all better. Just glad to have you all here with us, and hope you enjoyed the tour inside the aircraft. And just love to hear from y'all. And the big thing I'd love to know is if you all are out there flying while you're listening to Flying with Mike. Love to know that and where, because that's my biggest mission here is not only to provide some entertainment for y'all while we're up here for the 3-ish hours in flight, but more importantly to help inspire you to get out and fly, be it in the sim, or maybe take that big step and learn how to do it in the real planes. No, you're not going to start in a 747. You're going to start in a Diamond or some kind of Piper or a Cessna. But folks, I'll tell you right now, some of the best times I had were flying. And my uncle, who lives in Texas, actually put it well with a different type of flight, but still along the same lines. Once you get above the tree lines, folks, it just gets quiet. All the stress drops below you. And that's why I love doing it, folks. Just getting up in the air. And it was just great to fly. Albeit it's pretty expensive. Don't get me wrong there, folks. Yeah, we know that part. But folks, it is unbelievable in the real world flying. To me, the same thing happens on the sim. And that's why I do it, folks. And I've got a lot of hours. Feel free to look, if you all know my VATSIM number or ID, look it up. And you'll see how much I mean, it's what I use to replace a dream that I let go. And, those things happen in life, folks. But at least I have this to fall back on. So, almost like the real thing, but still short. But still, to me, there's nothing like it out there to just fly. And even on that 2.5-ish, or actually less than 2.5 hour flight, that was fun. Now, would I have loved to have been up in the cockpit on that A320? Heck yeah. But again, today, folks, and to the real pilots out there, forgive me, I'm not trying to insult you. It's flying, but yet it's not. You're really managing. The airplane's doing it all now. Back in the day of this plane, you were, granted, yes, you were managing your route, making sure you're on right, managing the fuel. The flight engineer was doing quite a bit back there, managing fuel pumps, cross feeds, managing fuel, all of that good stuff. First officer and pilot, yes, they were managing, settings and all up here. More importantly, that they're on course. They didn't have all the digital stuff of FMCs and nav displays and PFDs. You see what they had, folks. And I'll even take it back when my dad was a navigator. I still, to this day, this is just prior. Well, the INS systems were starting to come online. So he's flying from the West Coast to Vietnam, folks. Now, if y'all are familiar with geography, and I know some of you out there are a little challenged in that area, there's nothing. Just water if they got there. Now, granted, maybe he stuck his finger out at 30-some thousand feet. Pilot, 2 degrees to the right. I doubt that, but maybe. It's just, that amazes me how World War I, okay, they didn't really fly far. World War II, how the bombers got on target, how they flew courses and all, and I understand that's what the navigator was for. And wow, DC 3, 4, 5, 6s into your other lines of aircraft. Is just amazing what they were able to do without all this fun stuff. Just amazes me to go from New York to England and make it without an INS at the minimum. I mean, it's just amazing how they did it. Now, I know some of it was there were ships out there with beacons and all. I get that. Still, think about that, folks. It's just amazing. And time long gone. All of that knowledge is in those computers on the planes now. Slight digression, but it'll be on track when you follow me. If you ever get out to Huntsville, Alabama, go to Rocket City. Well, it is Rocket City, but go to the Rocket Museum there. That's where the Saturns were. And they've got Saturns there. They've got a shuttle. That really wasn't them. But take the tour of the Saturn. It'll blow your mind away that where the command module was, if you're familiar with this rocket. And then the part that, went back that helped propel them that way to, with the little lunar guy up in the nose. There's a ring in there, folks. And that entire ring was electronics. That was the computers that got the ship from Earth to the moon and back. Okay? You kind of expect that. Yeah, a lot of computers to do that. Hold up your cell phone, folks. It's got the same power in it. Same amount of memory, same amount of everything that big ring around the command module had. Blew my mind away. It's all in your palm now, folks. So, we do take a lot of things for granted, how computers have come along. I started, when I left the Air Force in 1990, I worked for a computer company, and we had the mainframes, not the ones that fill, one place I worked at did fill a rather large, it could have probably been the size of a gymnasium, but there were 6 or 7 mainframes in there at that time. This is just prior to PC age. Then I went to a car plant, worked at another one with a mainframe computer. Folks, for those of you new to the world here, those were the computers of the past. And I don't mean back in the dinosaur age. That was about the time I was born. But, so we're talking back there in computers. And then we started seeing the PC where they took that mainframe and shrunk it into a desktop. That was a feat. And now they grew and grew and grew. Same size, just kept growing. Now they're into a laptop and, like I said, your handheld. From a gymnasium to your hand. Gives you an idea where we've gone, folks. So just still to sit back and to have known it. It's kind of like my grandfather. Albeit born probably before World War I, obviously, but to see flight, the horse and buggies probably still, to see the Model A's hit the market, Model T's, whichever was first, I don't know. Not a car guy, folks. To watch Orville and Wilbur and watch how we went from paper airplanes, let's just call them that, folks, cloth over wood with a lawnmower engine behind them, if you will, to Concords, B-58 Hustlers, look them up if you don't know either of those two, SR-71s, and the shuttle. Quite amazing in 100 years, but took thousands of years to just get to that point. Really amazing. So, just amazing to watch. And the fact that I've seen several different evolutions of different types of transportation vehicles, from trucks, how the trains evolved. I saw that in my lifetime so far. Computers. Folks, just think what's coming your way. Those of you born yesterday. Just think about that, folks. It's sometimes really neat to look back at. All right, enough boring, I know. I'll let you get back to listening to the music, folks. Hope you enjoy. We got about 2 hours. Hang on a second. Oh, I'm sorry, about an hour till Minneapolis. So we're getting there, folks. We'll be there shortly. You've seen the METAR at least once, just in case those that may have just joined us. Looking at winds 160 at 7-ish. Few clouds at 11,000, scattered at 25. So, folks, not a rough day in the Mini. Just cold, -3 Celsius. I don't think I want to say what it was in Phoenix when we took off. Oh yeah, I will, just to have fun. It was 16 degrees Celsius. All right, folks, so enjoy. We'll be back with you. We're going to do an arrival brief here, probably after GCK, Lincoln, somewhere in there, as we set up for the arrival. Trying our best not to do it cold and dark, but I know it seemed that way. Folks, this is the very first plane we tried this on. Tomorrow, again, is subject to change, so I'm not going to mention anything on schedule-wise, because me and the wife have a date night Friday night, and I may have to alter the schedule to accommodate, because I definitely want to go where we're going on date night. It's going to be spectacular. I'll make more of it this week. But we do plan to fly today and tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. So, hope you all enjoy. And before I let you go real quick here for a few minutes, you want to find out what the tentative schedule is, all you got to do is go to our Discord channel, folks. We'd love for you to be a member. There's an invite to it. We'll get you up and running. There's a place where our schedule is. I did do the month of November, and I did enjoy that, but I did end up changing up a lot, so we're going to keep it week by week. So makes it a little easier to manage, a little easier on me than the stresses that come on. What am I going to fly here? What am I going to fly here? Only a couple of days to work with makes it a lot easier. So it'll give you through Saturday, I think it is. So we'll, like I said, the invite's up there. Look forward to seeing you in Discord, especially when we're offline. So we'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes and get into the arrival. Until then, welcome aboard. Alright folks, we're back with you. We killed the music there so we can make this a little easier to get through. I just learned something, by the way, on Sim Toolkit. I know there was an update waiting for me when I got back, and it was a thank you so much, Sim Toolkit, for the early Christmas present. So what in the heck is Flying with Mike talking about? Let's see. Get Sim Toolkit up here. Alright, well, we all know this part. This is the part we're all used to. And for the last couple of weeks prior to vacation, with the advent of Charts 8, I wasn't able to click NavGraph here and get them. Now I can. Hey, great job, Sim Toolkit. Thumbs up. Alright, so as you can see, what we had on the charts map is here. And basically, you can see we're coming up near a place called Peanut intersection, and we're headed up here to LNK, which is Lincoln, Nebraska. Alright, so today's route will be on the Casper 7 arrival into the Twin Cities up there. Cold Twin Cities. Let's get a quick METAR here. It looks like they're still dragging, may not even be working. KMSP, I have not seen one at all today. So still looking 160 at 1953. Let's see what time we're looking at here. You know, that's the one thing I wish we had better. There we go, 20Z. So 2020, and we're about a half hour away from a new one. So 160 winds, so that's still prompting us to a 1-2 arrival. Clouds, now we have a deck at 11,000. The 25,000's kind of gone away, but it's becoming a warming trend. They're up to -2 degrees Celsius. Don't worry, I kid St. Louis too. It's just we're not minus. Well, no, we've been a little bit, a couple times, not like you guys have. All right, 160 at 6, so that means the 1-2s. All right, and with the 1-2s means the Casper 7 arrival, which means we're going to plug in. We got to first get our FMC set up for it, or we're going to end up flying blind again. So what we'll do here is click the departure arrival, look for KMSP, and go to arrival. We are wanting to fly the Casper 7 from MCW. And again, we are planning 12 right. Now that'll be the southern runway to the terminal, which by chance is where we're parking on the south side of the terminal. So it kind of works hand in hand. So ILS runway 12. Let me pull 12 up here real quick, see what the transitions are. Krug 5, that's possible. I don't know if that's possible. Hang on. You know what? Let's shoot for it. What the heck? We know where it is. We'll go for it. We'll execute. Go to F-plan and we'll go to legs. Check for any discontinuity. Legs. Next page. Next page. Looks like we're doing good. And then, okay, everything's in there. Let me double check real quick. Kins. Okay, 12. And then we're going out to FJGT, which is part of the, okay, cool. Perfect. All right. So we've got it planned in here. Still looking at 352 miles to top of descent. Alright, so let's now put our focus here. Oh, not this page. Let's go to the arrival first. Again, Minneapolis. You see the effective dates and the page number. D-ATIS. Let's do a D-ATIS on this one. Let's see if we got any change or difference in what we're reporting. Granted, we still got a long way to go, folks. So that, if they came up, could change. But you've got a a ballpark now. And this has actually one for departure and an ATIS for arrival. So that's kind of weird. All right. So as of 1953, so again, we're about a half hour old. Same weather. 1-2 right visual in use. Visual 1-2 left approach in use. Final approach is over a noise sensitive area, so I guess we got to somehow be mindful of that. 4 and 2-2 are closed. Runway status lights out of service. Okay. Okay, the 5G NOTAM's out of course. And it looks like aircraft taxi with transponder now coding on. Advise we have alpha, which who knows if that'll be what it is. Again, folks, new to the channel, new in, all you got to do is click exclamation mark. Well, go to this website. But if you want to find it, easy, click exclamation mark DATIS, hit enter, boom, you get the website. And that's what it is. It's meant to be able to look ahead. So you have a little bit of an idea. Okay, let's set up the FMCs like we just did, 1-2 right. All right, so continuing on. All right, so 842 feet, there's what we've got to have, a transition level of 18,000. North America, we can all say, duh. Oh, Mason City turboprops only. So if you're a turboprop, you can't use Waterloo. Turbojets should be able to. I hope. All right, so this is starting direction-wise from Casper, right up here. So let's go back here. So we're going to tune in 114.9, Mason City, fly to it, and then we're going to turn on course 358 to J-Glow, Casper, then from Casper, fly the FGT Radial 178 to FGT VOR, right up here. You got these along the way. Turbojets, we got to cross Delzy at 10,000 feet. Delzy, where are you? Ah, we're going to get a little change here in top of descent. Now 284. Makes sense. We got to get down to 10. All right. So Delzy at 10,000. No other restraints inbound. So we're going Jago, Casper, Zigbee, Delzy at 10,000. Pepper, Amit, Farmington. Okay, now the directions from Farmington are take the 330 to Silk, then 300 on vectors to final approach. Now what we've got plugged in will take us out to we'll take it out a few miles and then we'll turn towards our initial if we don't see the runway already. I plan at that point to be, well, let's see what the ILS yields. About 5,000 feet from Silk out. Now we're planned from Krug. We'll get to this map here in a second. Let's not get ahead of ourselves too far. Just planning out from the last chart. We'll be down from 10 to 5. We'll level off, slow up to about 220-ish, put that in air quotes, and we'll swing around to grab the ILS. Okay, there's our ATIS frequency. DATIS means we can get it on a website. Now, there is a way to do it for anything outside the U.S. I just don't know the website to go to, folks. I just know this one for the U.S. There's our approach, tower, ground. However, we're going to tune nav 1 once we start out on our parallel course of the runway to 110.3 identified IHKZ, tuning it to 121. So once we swing around and come in Ken's, you can see where it is, about 8 mile final. We need to be at 3,000 and on the glide slope. Decision altitude today, above, this is MSL, mean sea level, 1,042. That equates to 2,000 feet above the ground. So 1,042 above sea level, which is what your altimeter reads. 200, that's what your radar altimeter reads. 842 and touchdown, so it looks like pretty level ground. And I do have some things to go over. I didn't even think about this in the beginning, about X-Plane. That all just clicked in me, folks. May 57-year-old. May 57 be much easier on you than me when you get to that age with your memory. Here's your missed approach. You can read it. You already know it's pretty much direct to Farmington. And then here's some additional information. Again, our transition levels are 18,000. Simultaneous approaches, if we were actually in a busy airspace, we could see it. Visual glide slope off your VATSIM could be different than what's on your ILS. We go by visual once we switch over to it. All right, again, coming off Farmington, we're going to be about right along here. Probably 3 to 4 miles once we get 110 put in on 110.3, put in the nav 1. We'll start angling out a little bit. Not sure we'll go as far out as Krug, but we're going to actually turn in and hit the ILS somewhere probably, who knows, Zesty, Waze, you know, somewhere out here. Come in on the ILS, Zesty's 11, Ken's 8, Bob's 3, and hope for the best on the landing. Zesty is at 4,000, so that's cool. 5,000 is a perfect turn point for it. Now, this is one of the, you know, granted, this helps us out a lot, giving us an idea of how we stair step down. This goes one step further. Once we get to Ken's, let me just make sure you're all seeing this, because I have been known to be silly. All right, we're going to be, missed approach point is distance 1.5 on the localizer. That's about a 6.6 mile run from Kings. All right, I'm guessing going to be around 150 to 160 on the approach, so about 800 feet a minute. And it's going to probably take us around 240, 235, 240 minutes. And that's why this charts. So when you start your clock, you've got to interpolate. So we're going to say we'll go with, let's do it. 2:30, 2 minutes 40 seconds. When that thing hits 240, boom, if we don't see the runway, we have to go around. A lot of bad things can happen if you go below minimums. Yes, Flying with Mike has gone below minimums. Shot auto lands at airports that shouldn't have auto lands. Folks, it's a simulator. What I do here, don't take to the real world. Okay? It's not meant for real world. It's meant for entertainment. Putting that caveat out there. 1, to protect my butt. 2, protect your butt. If you try this in a real plane. And believe me, it's fun. I've shot ILS approaches in a real plane. Now, not officially, because I'm not instrument rated, but I've shot them to get familiar in case I had to. case I had a hard time seeing the airport 5 miles out. Hey, it's nice to tune in the localizer, track it in. At least I know I'm going in the right place. And oh, I can see how high above or below the glide path I am to work my way in at the same time. That's legal. You just can't officially call yourself an ILS approach until you're an instrument-rated pilot. Okay, so once we get down on the approach, we should be seeing a full ALSIF 2 arrival. 1300, this is the missed approach. And here's our minimums again. Ceiling height is 200 AGL and a half mile of visibility. Above that, we're good. Below that, we have to switch to the Cat 1, Cat 2, or Cat 2, Cat 3 arrivals. Or if it says an RVR of 18 or higher. 18 and lower, Cat 2, Cat 3 approach chart. Okay, and what this number 1 delineates is if the lights are out, we can drop down to an RVR of 18 with a flight director, autopilot, or HUD. We would be able to do that because we have both flight director and autopilot. So we're good. I'm sorry, touchdown, and I'm not sure CL. I have no idea what CL is, so if those are out. Touchdown lights, I got that. CL, not sure. ALS is your approach light, so if this part's out, it's RVR 40, you don't get the caveat. Okay, so there's our approach. Now, I am going to go ahead and pull Sim Toolkit away momentarily. We'll come back, hopefully if I remember, and we're going to check for our performance. Go to the calculator, performance calc, switch to landing. Now, let's see, airport. Okay, our landing runway is 10,000 feet long. Elevation was 842. Hitting the wrong slider was never a good thing. Heading on the runway 121, which will. Okay, we are dry, and we are -2. Okay, and all I'm doing is rolling the mouse, folks. Pressure, I believe, was 2997. Yep. Okay, winds 160 at 6. All right, so here's all our speeds, folks. These are flap speeds. So clean is 230, flap 1, 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35. That sounds like a Schoolhouse Rock song. Anyway, our VREF is 130, so I was actually under. It'll be about 140 will be coming in. So we'll go back and look at the chart here. There you go. Speed bugs are now set to F1, flaps 1, 5, 20, 25, and 30. So they're all set over here, folks. Come back to it in just a second. So every one of these is a flap speeds. First one's flap 1, so forth down to flaps 30. We'll be at flaps 30 about here. Finally, the big information here is what's our brake setting. 10,000 feet. It's going to take with a minimum setting of almost 7,000 feet to stop. Medium 53, maximum 41. So let's refresh it again. American United, probably about 7,000 feet of the runway. I'll even throw Allegiant in there. Medium, definitely Allegiant. Probably your Spirit would set here, and this is Southwest. Just kidding, Southwest. Please don't inundate my email. All right. It's just, what did I want to see? Okay, so let's get up top here. We'll set for medium. Okay, skids are set. Everything good up here. Right, and go ahead and turn the wing ice on just in case maybe some frost got out there. We got the engine heaters on, so. All right, so back down here. Now, with a little bit of time before we wrap up the arrival brief, let's look at this one more time. All right, so 140 means we should be seeing about a 740, 50 on our VSI, so roughly around 800. You know, folks, it's not like your PFDs where it tells you exactly to the point how much of a descent you're doing. It's generalization, but if you're coupled up, folks, it doesn't matter. Visually, just watch your VATSIMs. Or PAPIs, I'm sorry, in this case. But 250, 2 minutes, 50 seconds from Ken's to the missed approach point. Again, it's 1.5 miles out. Depicted. That's not a good depiction, and that isn't either. That's 2.5. But anyway, it's going to be somewhere in and about here. If you get the inner marker, which is the white one, you're over the runway. You're too close. You're there. Unless the truck got out there, then you go around. But your wheels will probably touch. All right. Pull that away. See where we are. We're getting really close, folks. All right. One more time to pull Sim Toolkit out of the way. Speed bugs are set. And flight parameters are set. Got about 100 miles to go. So we'll start our descent here shortly, folks. All right, folks. I know there's some people out here that do watch the YouTube. This flight will come into YouTube. Like I said in the beginning, we're calling this Welcome Aboard. It'll be a playlist. So be watching for it in the next week or so. It'll be up there. I'd love to hear, especially, we do have someone that does watch. He's helping me out a lot. And I hope I actually seem to be kicking a lot of the rust off on this plane, because, was I rusty. We're going to get into another phase of flying where I'm still a little rusty at it, but it's a little easier to bring the plane down, because, quite frankly, all I got to do is gravity will bring it down. But we try to not let gravity have too much control of it. It does hurt when these things hit the ground wrong. Not in the sim, but in the real world. But tentatively, this week, folks, what you'll see is it may not fall exactly as Discord shows it, but folks, head over to our Discord channel. Become a member. We'd love for you to be over there. All you got to do, hit the invite, you become a member. You'll find our schedule. Basically, we're going to do some island hopping in the Hawaiian Islands. We're going to come back from Phoenix in the Airbus and do another 747 run out of St. Louis to JFK. So the reason they may get scrambled up a little bit than what's showing is Friday night. I want to make sure I'm done in plenty of time, because we got a great show we're going out to see, and I want to make sure I have plenty of time to, get ready. It's not like I have to get 24 hours of sleep at night, folks. I mean, that's the amount of beauty sleep I need. So, yeah, I know. Then I start another day and I got to keep sleeping. So, all right. So, but yeah, tentatively, that's what you can look forward to this week. Now, hopefully I'll be able to stick to it as you see it, but may not be able to. So, but I do plan to fly each of those days. All right, and again, sometimes we do, folks, if you do head over to our Discord channel, we open it up, and we'll chat with you online. The biggest thing at both here on the stream and at Discord, folks, I am trying to keep it capped. I don't want to hear foul language, see foul language. Two reasons. One, I don't want my grandkid to walk in here and see that. Two, same thing in your household. And three, it's not needed. Period. So, but anyway, so far so good today. Nothing bad going on. Discord, I haven't opened up in a couple of flights, mainly because sometimes I think that's when I start having problems with the stream. Not behaviorally, I mean with OBS. And so far so good. Knock on the wood there, including the good old noggin on top of my shoulders, which made of wood. We haven't had any troubles today, although stat-wise, kind of makes me nervous. But hey, we're rolling along great. We're not going to let it make us too nervous. So, all right, folks. So we are about to reach top of descent. And with that, let's start setting some things up here. Let me just make sure altitude hold is on. We're going to stay on the INS for a little bit. Now, technically, that entire approach, folks, can be flown VOR to VOR. And part of me is tempted to do it, but we're taking baby steps here, folks. We're going to let it get us to about probably inbound to Farmington. And then we'll get things going. Once I feel comfortable enough, I'll switch off the INS and come in. Not like some out there that have to completely auto land any. I used to do that a lot, folks. I try now to land them on my own. Speaking of landings, now is a good time. Exclamation mark the word predict. And then a space and a negative number. Just like I did. And that puts you in the little hopper here to, we'll just see who's the closest on how well I can land. 'Cause I'm just putting that number out there, folks. Sometimes I'm pretty good, and as if you watched our Airbus flight, which I'm usually pretty good with the Airbuses, well, they're putting new struts and new tires on it. So, like I said, sometimes I can get them in there right, sometimes I can't. It's like every pilot, folks, although we try not to tear up the equipment. All right, 32 miles, top of descent. Let's begin setting things up. We said, where is Sim Toolkit? Let's drop down here and see where its top of descent is. It's right in front of Mason City. Is that going to be pretty close? No. All right, so let's set it up. We said 10,000 at, so we'll set that up. All right, so we're set up there. Let's come up here now. All right, I am going to do a quick calculation. Now, how do I calculate this, folks? Okay, take 39,000. Take 39, drop all the zeros. We're going down to 10,000. Drop all the zeros. If you can't figure that out, folks, that's 29. We're going to times by 3. It's 87 miles. Let's factor in, I factor 15 to 20, so approximately 100 miles. Yeah, that's going to be good. We're going to go ahead and set it. All right, here we go, folks. Altitude select first. Go to VS up here on your speed selector. And slowly bring her down. Now, one nice thing about this one that I really love, and again, another feature I wish the 727 had, these numbers on the side. So you can see I'm about 2,300 feet. And what I'm going to do, come down here, we'll switch to EPR. Make sure we're still on that, and I'm going to pull back on some power. So we don't overspeed the bird down. Try to keep it around 0.85-ish on your descent till you get below the 34,000, and then just try to keep 290 as a good descent speed, folks. And I'm going to tune in Mason City, 114.9er. 49 miles out. Okay. Over here, we're going to tune in 15.7. That'll work. And then we'll run 358. 358. Okay. Like I said, folks, we could take over right now. I could flip this off nav, go to VOR, and we're on the VOR. That's not good. Okay, what I'm going to do, set speed. That should slow us down with the spoilers. Okay, we are 30 miles from Mason City. Now, one thing you can do here, folks, in this plane, and we'll do a little how-to. We're trying to get away from that, but, you know, it's still always neat to know. You can actually come down to nav 1 and listen to your frequency. Make sure you got the right one. So, and you can look at the chart to see if it toned out right. It looked like it did for Farmington. And then nav 1 sounded right for Mason City. Okay, we're altitude select to 10,000. Still INS. 18 miles. Now, I could set this up, folks, to again, VOR to VOR. What I might do is once I get lined on to Farmington, I just might see how well we do. A lot goes on. The only thing I'm not liking outside the cockpit right now is this, and I know what it is. Here's my settings for those curious. It's this right here. If I probably brought it to here, that would help. I don't know of anything else, so we'll try it on a test basis here shortly. But for now, we're more focused on getting this in. We're 12 miles out. Okay, and we are beginning our descent. Now, you're probably going, why aren't you over here on checklists? Because seatbelts on. I mean, that one I can do, but we're stopped here. We could do that one, but we're not fully set up for approach yet. Okay, there's Mason City. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are now in descent. We've got the seatbelt sign on. Please return to your seats. Should be on the ground in about 20 minutes or so. Weather, what did I just do? Weather in the Twin City area, looking little chilly, -2 Celsius, so that's about 30 to 28 degrees. Winds out of the south at 4. And actually not a total bad day, but welcome aboard. And I saw somebody in here, my shoes, welcome aboard, putting in his prediction for the landing. We'll do our best. All right, folks, I think I'm gonna go ahead and, as I said, begin to disengage. We are now VOR to VOR, and we are through 20,200 set. I'm actually going to go a little bit right there. Give me a little cushion. But welcome in. Well, if you watched my landing in Mogadishu, I think you could see parts flying off my plane at the 800 feet a minute landing I did there. Oh. That was horrid. That was a definite I should have gone around and didn't. And that's, folks, why you should do those things. All right, let me just check a METAR here real quick. KMSP. We're looking at 2999. Glad I did. All right, there's transition, folks. And I'm going to check to see over here. Still 180 now, so we'll compensate and drop to 4. Okay, so now we're going to only need 5,400 feet of runway. So they say. Of course, the system caught up to me. Anyway. All right, folks, so we're through 16,000. It is time. Well, we'll get to 10 and tell the flight attendants to get in their seats with their head between their legs and kiss the you-know-what goodbye. And we're heading in right now. All right, 15.6. Okay, we're now 29 miles. Let me see how we're tracking here. Okay, Del Z is our 10,000 foot mark at 31 miles from, hang on, let me go back to heading real quick. Set this over to 115 Seaman. Go. So at 31, folks, will be expected at 10,000, if not sooner. And of course, 250 or less, we always set 10 under to help with the speed differences there. All right, so 12,000. Yeah, we still, we kind of hit it a little too hard, too quickly. Check to make sure speed brakes are off. Going to be a nice sunset arrival into Minneapolis, it looks like.
Now's the level off.
All right, we're only going to drag about, what do we got, about 19 miles? That's not bad. All right, so need to get down here into GA. We're about ready to hit a checklist.
10,000.
You know what? Let's go ahead and start slowing up the easy way in level flight. Checklist.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
On.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Damn.
Altimeters.
1015. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Okay, so we passed Casper. Heading to Zigbee. We're at 250 now, 240. All right, let's, once we get to Del Z, we'll nose over. 3 to... Sure isn't showing up that way on the chart. Okay, good. All right, so let me pull up. I'm gonna set for 5. Okay, and there's 31.
cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your seatbacks and tray tables are in their full upright position. Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened and all carry-on luggage is stored underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead bin. Our cabin crew are currently passing around the cabin to make a final compliance check and pick up any remaining cups and glasses.
Okay, so we are now making our easy way down. I'll go a little bit stiffer, but not by much. Okay, folks. Again, if you want to put a prediction in, it is the exclamation mark, the word predict, a space, and a negative word, or negative number. Oh boy, been at this way too long today. No, not long enough in my book. Okay, and we're 37 miles out of the airport, VOR, which is kind of on the northern side of the airport, northern western side. So that's kind of giving us a good angle point to the runway. At 19 miles, okay. Now with us only a mile above the ground, folks, those of you familiar with VOR to VOR flying, we don't have to, we can rely on it a little closer than at 30-something thousand feet when we're actually within a 5 to 10 mile cone of it. You could become unreliable. But here within about a mile-ish, you're over the VOR. All right, so 15. All right, we're looking good here. Perfect, right where I want to be. Granted, a little too far out. I was hoping to be closer to slick hitting 5,000. Oh well, I didn't do the numbers, so that's my fault. All right, so okay, we're 10 out. Here is where I like to take over heading wise. And then we're going to come off on the 330. Still showing to the VOR. And what I'm going to do here is get ready to set up to intercept 330. We only got 11 miles to Slick. So we'll see how this works out. Okay, we just passed over the VOR. Want to go too much because we are still within a mile of the VOR, so we start chasing it. Okay, 11 miles. We're at 5,000, cool, 220, which is, I think, about 20 above flap 1. $210. Yeah, 10 knot over. Okay. So yeah, we're good. Okay, so we're tracking out now to Slick. Then from there, we turn on to the 300. So I'll do that at about, 9.5 to 10 miles. And that should put us on a good vector. But again, hope y'all enjoyed. We've definitely enjoyed flying with you. Trying something new didn't succeed very much. Pilot Boy, welcome in. Merry Christmas. Welcome in from Finland. Wow. Up getting close to Santa Claus land up there and all the reindeer. Welcome aboard. Okay, there's 9. All right, let's go ahead, switch into heading now. Then we're going to set 10, 30. Yep, 10:30 and 121. Perfect. Okay, 110.30, 121. Okay, double checking ATC. Those curious, I'll bring up the charts to the newcomers. Get an idea where we are, where the triangle is moving across. There's the localizer, so you can see we're working our way that way. I was going to head up to, what's it called? Rug, and we're close to it, but I'm just going to turn in on it. It's towards Zesty. Would be at about 4,000 feet. But again, welcome aboard, everyone. Hope y'all have a grand day. Hope y'all had a great week last week when I was off out in Phoenix, where we took off from. We were actually out there for the week, and folks can't recommend it enough. So, nice warm temperatures, beautiful days, beautiful scenery, and we had a blast. Okay, nav 2 is set up for Minneapolis VOR. Nav 1 is set up for the ILS. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, set 4,000. And 030. Okay, we are turning in. Minneapolis traffic, Northwest 102 heavy, type 747, intercepting the localizer for 12 right, approximately 15 miles out. I'll set my intercept now, about 0. We'll go about 80. Set the VOR lock on.
Flaps 5.
All right, folks, here we go. Making the turn.
Localizer alive. Flaps 10.
All right, we're looking for the runway now, folks. Still 13 out. It might be tough to see from here, so we'll hold at 180, flaps 10. Hold the gear till between Zesty and Kins, which is 11 and 8. And then we'll start thinking about bringing the gear in. Hey, there's the glide slope. I think that's the runway there. Altitude here is 3,000 for the go around, so we'll set that once we get below it. Minneapolis traffic, northwest 102 heavy, type 747, initial fix Zesty, landing 12 right. And let's go ahead with the gear.
Flaps 20.
Okay, as soon as I get the spoilers set, folks.
Gears down, green light.
Okay. Let's run the checklist to land.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check.
Flaps 25.
Flaps.
Flaps 25.
Flaps 25. Ignition.
Flight start.
Flaps 30.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeter. 1015. Set and cross-check. Landing checklist completed.
All right, here we go, folks. Cleared to land. 12 right.
Ladies and gentlemen, have just been cleared to land. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
And we're stable. We'll land. Still stable, landing.
Approaching minimums. Minimums. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Check reverse. Out, off, reverse. Auto brake off. 60 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. For your safety and comfort, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign and we have parked at our gate.
Wow, we got stopped just in front of the gates. Minneapolis traffic northwest 102 is off 12 right, taxiing to G2. Well, thank you there. Them's my shoes. Welcome again aboard. Let's get these lights off. Which one's the strobes? There they are. Okay. All right, over here, we'll get the anti-ice off. All right, let's proceed.
Cabin ready.
Just reading through auto brakes. Ignitions off. Okay, note to self, never do that again. I gotta go back through and get them all. Okay. Flaps. Oh yeah, we gotta get those up. Yeah, I hate it when we're like right by our gate, folks. We're gonna kind of creep our way up there. Radar needs to go to standby. Oh, that explains a lot. And flaps.
Flaps up.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down. Seven units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
All right, hang on a second, folks, while we get the beastie shut down. Get on the gens here.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
All right, let's real quickly.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Curious here, what's going on with engine oil?
Ground power connected.
All right, so we're on ground power now. We can turn the ADPs off. All right, and we'll open up some cargo doors. All right, folks, let's take a look at the checklist here real quick. All right, and hydraulic reserve tanks, everything's good. Let's just turn those boost pumps off. And yeah, we're good to go. All right, so let's kick those off. All right, so let's get the people off. Very simple again, folks. Payload page. You can do deep plane, or you can just do instant. Let's just do instant. We're back to 0. See where our fuel ended up at. Whoa. Oh, wait. Fuel on board, 40,000. I planned. Oh, what did I plan? 9 plus 18. A little more than 10,000 pounds more than we planned. That's cool. Always good to have more fuel than you planned for than not enough. All right, so let's let me close out this flight with Pegasus, which is part of Piedmont Virtual. then I want to always go in and check with them. Okay, Phoenix, all right, we got points. We, I think, did pretty good here, folks. Uh-oh. Hang on a second, gotta do some paperwork on this one to my VA, which is good for you. You get to see the outside of the airplane again. There. All right. Oh well, I guess Northwest Orient wasn't a thing when they did this timetable, which makes no sense. That's one of their originals, but that's neither here nor there. All right, so we're back in the cockpit here. Let us review, shall we? Make sure, go ahead and close that. First thing I'm going to do, anyone coming in, just kind of refresh real quick. Okay, I always like to make sure nobody's out there that I was, nope, nobody that I knew. Okay, just want to always make sure of that. Don't want to be rude and not watch landings or takeoffs. You know how that goes. All right, so close that out. We're going to come off VATSIM and review the flight now. This is something you can do in X-Plane easily, not so easily in the MustFuss product. Let me first get rid of this. All right, let me bring up Sim Toolkit. First off, you can do this easily in MustFuss, any sim for that matter. And that is a quick review of your flight. But what's nice about Sim Toolkit here, folks, one, it's free. Two, gives you a lot of information here at your fingertips, again, for free. You come down here. First off, I'm not sure if we're finished with the flight yet, so we'll just make sure. All right, so there's our flight, 116 feet a minute and 134. Not bad at all on the speed. I did better on speed management this time. All right, now to get to more detailed information, we go to click into the flight, and that's a lot of information right there. We'll view the details, gives us even more. Now we're going to find out how it looked on the runway. Okay, for those not airport runway markings and all, literate, there's a lot of people out there don't fly, they just fly on the sim and don't know what they're looking at on the runway. It's kind of like a golfer, like this guy, going out golfing and not knowing there's things to tell you how far down the fairway you were or away from the green, however it's set up. See what I mean? Same thing at a runway. Okay, everything comes off the threshold of the runway you're landing on, which is the blue dot here in Sim Toolkit. Okay, then all of these hashes are 500 feet down the runway. Pretty cool, huh? All right, so, and they end, and this is what's called the landing zone. This last one here marks the end of it, usually on a 10,000 foot runway. We're barking at about 3,000. Now, once you pass that, you're cleared. You can still land. Realize you may not have a lot of runway left. Keep that always in the back of the old noggin there. All right, so let's back this thing up a little. Well, looks like we land. I already knew, folks, before it even showed me that I was left of the center line. We were only 1,400 feet, 1,500 feet. From now in a Airbus 30 feet off the center, not bad. 747, you could get into some trouble. Remember, those wings extend a long way and those outer engines as well with them. So same with an A340. So that part I'll have to, it's okay. I'll have to work on that more. But folks, there's my speed again. There's what I touched down at. All I can say is wow, and I'm learning. There's my ideal heading. I was again, looks like I was beginning to correct, but that thing called the ground came up too quick. It happens, folks. But not too bad. Got under almost a G on landing. So this is really good information here for you. You can learn the technical side of it. Now we can do the X-plane side of it. Away with you, Sim Toolkit. Go ahead and even get rid of the overlay. Be gone. All right, so let's get outside the plane. And what musfussers can't do right out of the box, they got to get a program, install it. I don't know if it costs. I don't have musfuss, so I don't know. So they have to do that. And then you have to start it where you want to record. Here, all you got to do, if it should be working, because it worked on my last flight, click toggle replay. Folks, I can go all the way back to when I started the sim, follow my flight the whole 4 hours and 17 minutes. No, we're not doing it that far back. But I can go to, say, here. Or here. It's got the door open. Hey, when I do that, let's see if it'll let me close it. I doubt it. Nope. Oh well, door's open. Well, let's see what happens when we kick in. Maybe it'll close it. Let's look on the other side. The cargo bays are probably open. They are. Let's do this. Bear with me, folks.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Shocks removed. Ground power disconnected.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
All right. There we go. Close, 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 close.
Shocks are on.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Shocks removed.
All right, now let's do it, folks. That sometimes is a bummer, sometimes it's not. We're going to go back a little bit. There we go. Get in a better, well, you know what? Let it run. No, it might be crashing the desktop. It happens, folks. But when it works, you can then review your flight. I probably should have just came in with everything open, but hopefully it won't reset itself dead. Oh, well, folks. Well, we had a blast. Nice. Yeah, it crashed the desktop. All right. Well, let's see here. Well, folks, it crashed the desktop, and you know, it happens. We all have seen it. Just sometimes how the cookie falls. Folks, it's been a blast flying this run. Hope you all enjoyed it. We're going to really work on getting that down to where I'm ready to pretty much push back when we go live, especially with this bird. The big thing I want to cover when I do these welcome aboard streams is in this plane, running the checklists, let them do the work I've already done. So I got to get further along in the checklists than I did. But we're going to try to get it down to within 30 minutes we're up in the air. Well, taxiing at least. But again, folks, thanks for flying with Mike. Sorry for the crash to desktop. They happen, I know. But, you know, we had a blast anyway. So we're going to leave you, and we'll be back tomorrow. We'll stream. You'll enjoy the stream. Feel free to go to our Discord channel, folks, to find out the tentative schedule for the week. Things are in flux this week. They could change, but them's my shoe. Thank you for being a part of the stream. We sure appreciate it. And you also have a great one. Thanks for coming aboard. So, folks, we're going to kick on some outgoing music, and we'll see you tomorrow. God bless. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. Oh, don't want to repeat Monday. Have a great day, folks. God bless.